everybody! We're doing
Hello.
this game.
Yes.
That's
I'm
Matt.
Naha. Yes, that is me. I'm Naha. This is DM Nix. And we are here together playing Eòlas yet again. This is episode 12 now of our little joint stream thing that we're doing in DM Nix's world that I'm helping to world build, play characters in, voice act, do all the things. We have our new characters here today as well. So we've got some new fancy graphics here for you, and we'll introduce you to these characters with their new portraits and everything. How are you doing, bud? Like, I know you've had some stalker going on just before, and
I am going crazy. I need to go get my daughter because my wife is trying to do something else and she's screaming, so you introduce everyone.
hello. Oh, yes, wonders of having children. Yes, so we are going to introduce everyone to at least my new characters, and then when DM comes back, he might say a little bit about his own. And so on this side of the screen, we have my characters. We have Willow Rosed here, who is a dwarf champion, and she is a grandeur based champion, which you'll see all about later on. She has some really cool stuff going on. She is trained in gladiatorial law and dwarf law. And yeah, she has some cool things. We can make people off guard as well as dazzled. We can cure conditions. We have a inspiring martial stance, which will make everyone a little bit better. There's all sorts of things going on. That is Willow. And hey, Grey Ghosto, good to see you, bud. Thank you for being here. And a hydrate, thank you so much. There it is. Good old-fashioned water here. It is pretty warm here today, so thank you for that. So Willow will be speaking in a pseudo-Gaelic, Scottish-Irish accent, because why not? In fact, I'm going to be channeling Amiri a little bit, what I was doing with Amiri there. And then my other character is Nashmiko here, who is a lizard folk druid. He has some cool things as well. He has spells of all different types. Do I have to do this too? I forgot about that. That's alright, we'll work it out. He's into lizard folk lore and scouting. In fact, there is a training that I haven't done there. I need to do that, so we are going to increase our nature to expert. Whoops. And that is him. He has some pretty cool things like wrestling. We'll see all about him later. He'll speak in a kind of Argonian type accent thing. We're gonna see what we can do there. And of course, his animal companion, the dromaeosaur, which is like a little raptor dinosaur thing, called Hist. And Hist is going to be running around very fast and hitting things with jaws and talons. So So that is going to be lots of fun as well. So those are my characters. Hail, Asriel, good to see you, buddy. And then
Yeah, if you want to introduce mine, that would be appreciated. I'm trying to
Sure.
help her not scream.
Okay. Yeah, and so DMNix is going to be playing Kumuzu here, who is actually, you can't really tell from there, he's actually a centaur. He's a centaur cleric, and he has a awesome khopesh, and has some pretty damn cool stuff going on. Religion, athletics. He's got some nice holy symbols on his gear, and all sorts of fun things. Has a little bit of alchemy, not very much, but just a tiny bit. Some spells, lots of healing spells, because healing is useful. And finally, we have Nazaru here, also being played by DMNix, who is an orc thaumaturge, which is like a... how do you explain a thaumaturge? It's like a witcher, I guess. They have all of
Monster
these
Hunter,
symbols.
Witcher,
Monster
Beast
Hunter, yeah.
Hunter, a hunter destroyer of the unnatural.
Yeah. He's a charismatic character, our only charismatic character. Has some bon mot, can exploit things' vulnerability and find out about things pretty quickly. And has a weapon and amulet to do that with. And an Aldori dueling sword, which would be interesting as we go forward. So those are our characters. It's a very different party to our other one, and what we did, if you tuned in last week, was say that these characters have been handpicked by a very prominent figure in Briarbridge, the watched city of the Forlorn Forest, where all manner of bad things dwell. And these folk have been handpicked to go into that forest and try and find enough food for the rest of the people, because ours has been spoiled. And so these fine adventurers have been built from ground up to hopefully have a lot of synergy, be able to work together pretty well, be able to support each other's weaknesses, hopefully. We are yet to see how effective that is. We have tried our best, but we don't know just yet. And we don't even know if they're going to get along, because we haven't even passed that with each other. So it should be very interesting as these characters go for a united purpose, for sure. They're all there for the same thing. But maybe...
Now, I will say, I had the idea that Kamzuzu is... He worked in the morgue, the graveyard for the people.
Okay.
But he was a cleric and skilled. That's why he was picked. I mean, he's a monster hunter. It's not a surprise why he was picked.
Mm-hmm.
Willow, good leader, warrior. That makes sense. What about Nishmiko?
Well, he has lived for a long time in and around the forest and traversed there many times, and in fact, has proven his worth by taming one of the wild creatures therein.
Making him a very valuable asset because he is the nature slant in an area that
Is nature?
is just nature.
And Hist is terrifying. Alright, we'll see how we go. It should be very interesting to see how all of this pans out. We don't know. We haven't tried this.
No.
We're about to.
We're gonna have fun with it either way.
These folk are
So just one other thing I just thought of, just to point out for everyone. Now, missed last week, we pointed out that we're calling this Forlorn Forest to have, the FF for it, because we're going to get all the Fs for, failure and fatality. But also because if you are familiar with computer games, there's this game called Darkest Dungeon. And we're kind of feeling that's kind of the style that may happen, for anyone who's wondering.
Yeah, there could be all manner of nasty surprises waiting for us, and there probably will. There probably will. So buckle yourselves in, folks.
It's going to be bad. We know it's going to be bad. I mean, that's part of why we built them the way that we did. I thought about building more of a tank than Nezaru. But Nezaru has the benefit of being able to tell us what weakness things has, and that's very advantageous. And he is a bit of a tank in some ways because he is scar thick skin. He has die hard from his old scarred work, so he already has die hard on top of that. And so that means with his thick skinned, his flat checks for getting over bleeding and stuff is 10 or 5, and he also has an additional wound in dying condition capability through the die hard aspect. So he's no slouch, that's for sure. You die at dying 5 rather than dying 4. I mean, that is big.
Very, very
big.
Yeah, and so we have a task to do.
So
comrades meet. Perhaps they have worked together. Perhaps they have seen each other before. We don't know.
They're at least all familiar with each other. They're from the same town. They've at least had some dealings with each other.
But Briarbridge is a heck of a town. It is the last bastion of civilization before the Forlorn Forest, and it is full of training and trained individuals to tame some of those threats. And so
a lot of people just call it the Forbidden Forest to make it short, because that's what it is too.
Forbidden, Forlorn,
yes,
all the F's.
It's a not a nice place.
All right, comrades. It is time we gather together. But we have a task to do.
Indeed. I take it you're the one assigned to be leading this ordeal. Who put her in charge? I didn't agree to that.
Nobody put me in charge, but I am here to do my job, and so are you.
Yeah, what's that scaly one coming in doing?
Why don't you bite my backside?
Certainly, come on over and I'll do it. I can skewer your backside on my tusks.
Sounds spicy.
Before or after I lop it off with my sword?
Perhaps both.
You got some spice seasoning in your bag or something? Can we all just calm down? No need for this. Dwarf. What is your name again? It's been a while since I've been with you.
You can call me Willow, lad.
Well, would you inform our dear companions of our assignment again before it seems their brains have slipped and they may have forgotten the task at hand?
It's rather simple, actually. You see, two of the tribes, they lost their food because the caravan from Sovesa was somehow by someone. We have our beliefs, but we don't. Was infected. And so, we don't have enough food for everyone. And it is our duty to trek into the Forlorn forest, where we might find ourselves some juicy meat, some fresh vegetables, and whatever else we might find to supplement those tribes so that we don't all die over winter.
And as you know, winter is not far off. So, my dear companions, can we get along, do our task? Let's start by introducing ourselves. Willow here mentioned her name is Willow.
I am a champion of Briarbridge, and I have trained under the Clerics of Light.
I have seen you there many times. As you know, I am the keeper of the graveyard. Many of your fallen fellows of town have been buried at my hand, so that their spirits might rest. Sure, there is no walking dead amongst our town.
They judiciously called our unit, the one I trained with, the Grey Maidens. Don't know why they named them the Grey Maidens, but that's what they did. And no doubt you've heard of us. We wear this...
I have. I've buried
specially honed armor, which is built for us women kind, because all the Grey Maidens are women.
Indeed, I am familiar with it. But I don't know about having a lady folk wits. They're softer and gentler than us manly folk.
You care to try that fancy, those fancy words? I'll make you eat them.
If you insist, we can forestall our mission and see how the commander feels about that.
I don't know about you, but I care less about the commander and more about our people going to starve.
Fair point. Well, since the equine creature decided to say we should introduce ourselves, I'm Nezaru, slayer of beasts and monsters. It's my task, that is my calling. I seek them, I know them, I slay them.
Well, that sounds like a mighty fine thing that you've got going on there.
What about you, Cold Blood?
I'll show you how cold I can be, smooth skin.
Have you seen my skin? It's not exactly smooth anymore. Reptile.
Speaking of reptiles, and then out of the underbrush just leaps this raptor the size of a person, completely over Nashmiko's head, and turns to him and just like darts out its amber tongue.
I can see it being like a little puppy or kitten just coming to like play with its master, and it's like like this ravenous, creature who's like just like super playful with his master being here. Hi, master. Hey, cool thing. Welcome in.
And you can name this one Hist, but he won't be taking your direction. He will only be taking mine.
I think he could take a direction of mine. We parted, but he seems like an interesting critter. Give him a chance. Very well. Shall we press on to our task? Now, we know the forest is very dangerous, and I do believe we should be of utmost caution and wary.
Not so wary that it's going to slow us down to snail's pace, though. We don't have that much time.
That is true. But if we do not want to be hasty and run into dangerous situation, unprepared and unaware.
Yes. Speaking of that, Nashmiko, that's your name, right? Yes, that is my name. That is what I go by, at least. Right, well... do you know what the weather's gonna do for the rest of the day? I wouldn't be surprised if we are in for a wet night.
Then we should make sure we have good tent ready to set up, or similar shelter.
Well, the captain gave me this one. I'm not sure if it's gonna fit you in its beast, but perhaps
beast?
your backside can lay out the side of it.
Beast, short one.
You could take up the entire tent almost by yourself.
It's not
Normally
my
for
fault.
4 people.
I am. Well,
All right, we'll just have to
we'll do
make
what
it
we
work.
can.
I'm imagining it's pretty early.
Yeah.
I imagine that he's gotten us up early to meet each other and to trek into this forest.
Continue.
So how
Harry not.
do you want to do the entry of the forest? I've given us some stuff to explore some way in.
So, got some nice map here. I'm gonna zoom out, show everybody the pretty map.
Put a map.
Matt did a great job. Boom! Awesome, Matt. Awesome. I would think we probably would rely on our friend Nashmiko to kind of show us the path. Given that he's more of a forest.
I can tell you which way not to go, and that is too far north, Smooth Skin. Too far north, and you will find yourselves in the grasps of the vampire lords of the forest. Yes. They do not look kindly upon those that can bleed and are not already dead.
Well, like I said, I believe you're the most skilled to say what we worry that we need to provide provisions for our people. Do you wish to lead the trek, as it is your domain?
I can do that. Make sure you keep up, though, Smooth Skin.
I believe you should be able to do so.
And with that, Nishmiko won't stretch his limbs. Bounce around a little bit. Go, come,
You know
miss.
what's funny? Is that Hist, we couldn't keep. But Nushmiko can actually be out sped by the rest of the team.
Yes. Yeah, he's not especially fast.
Nope.
With a speed of 25. Hang on, let me check.
Kamuzu is decent speed at 35. But yeah.
Right, and
Not
with
50.
that, he takes off at a little jog, and the others can keep up pretty easily. He's gonna make some survival and perception checks, and we're gonna see what the situation is, because
Do we
we're
want everyone
apparently
to
rolling
do
low.
perception checks or not?
Yeah, I mean, it's their first time out. They don't really necessarily fully trust each other yet. It makes sense that
Basically
those-
staying on alert.
Mm-hmm. Just as well, because Shmiko is relatively confidently going in. Apparently. Oh,
Ooh.
righto.
Nice, Willow. Yeah, now Willow.
Yeah, so critical success. So we make good time heading into the forest, and yeah. So how do you want to do it? Do you want to do this map first? It's going to be a day or two into our trek.
Sure. Basically, we go through the forest. A lot of the animals know it better than us, so they avoid us, and we're looking for things that are edible.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All right.
we'd avoid the felines and the canines and such, because that's it's not edible, and we need to make sure it's edible.
Indeed.
Eating
Sorry?
things like that are very parasitic. Even technically omnivorous creatures tend to be more parasitic than herbivores. So we're looking more for beasts that would be classified as, that edible sort.
All right, so about a day and a half or so into our trek into the forest, we've come across a few small things that we've really not had an issue dealing with. Some small threats, maybe a little minor bog here or something like that. Some treacherous terrain, maybe some sort of
Some weather, some swamps,
beastie
some
that
bogs,
laid.
some
Yeah,
wolves.
and then after a while, after about a day and a half, Willow stops just briefly. She looks around. She goes, I think I'm smelling something odd. Something's on the air, folks. It's not, natural like those trees and plants that we were chewing on earlier that you gave us to. And I'm feeling pretty nice afterwards. Congratulations on finding those. Ah, yes. Those are good to keep the spirits up. But can anyone smell that? It seems much out of place. It smells like, well, not like burning, but I don't know.
It is a strange
And,
smell.
She will sort of gesture to the south, and sort of go, I think it's coming from that way. And she draws her weapon and shield, just in
Yep.
case. I'm not sure I like the smell of that.
It is prudent to always be prepared when we're in the beast domain.
All right, and just so that you know, if you haven't had training with the Grey Maidens or the others of our particular training schedule, it is best if you stay close to benefit from me shouts and direction. I'm not saying that I am the best leader in the world, but if you stay close, then you'll and rally to me banner. Yeah, I think you'll find more often than not that it'll be better for you than wandering too far off. That's what they train us for, after all. Keeping everyone in safety.
Indeed. I have heard much about the power of the Grey Maidens to help those who are near them as allies.
All right, well, let's see what we can find over there then. Shmiko, do you want to send Histon to go and scout? Or how do we want to approach this? That may be prudent. He is native to this forest after all. Perhaps whatever is out there won't realize that he is with more civilized company.
Hopefully he could find us something to butcher. I'm wanting to get a good hunt. Not bad.
So, Shmiko will make his way and will find some ruins. And will come back. And Shmiko, his cannot talk. Will come back. There's a warning glare in his eyes, darting back and forth. Seems to be moving back and forth. Ah, yes. It seems that Hist has found something.
Does it seem like it is a danger, or should we move in to investigate?
I would say that it probably will be dangerous, yes. Best to stay cautious and, like the lady said,
Very well.
within a small distance.
Blades at the ready, then.
Alright, and so we will make our way down. Hist will dart into the shadows. It looks like there's some sort of old ruin here. Signs of a stone building, long deteriorated. Looks like nature has taken it over. Oh, and I spot a... Is that a flame? And all of you can now smell, being this close, something bubbling and potentially burning down to the south. And as we approach, you can see a skillet sputter and pots threaten to boil over, splashing contents all over the place.
It seems as though someone has left their campfire and left it unattended, and it's about to have a bubbling over. I don't like the sound of it. Nothing seems natural about that situation. People don't leave food. He's gonna look up around the structure. I don't like it.
Seems a campsite, effectively. There is a tent that's been set up here. and no sign of any occupants at this stage. However, why doesn't Nazaro roll me a perception check to see how much he can smell, see, hear, all of those things. Alright, there seems... Yeah, I mean, you can certainly tell that the cooking is not right. It definitely has been left on there too long. But yeah, you don't see any signs of inhabitants.
Fires don't stay like this unattended in the woods. Nishmiko, what is your feeling on fires left unattended in the forest?
My feeling is that if they catch into the nearby foliage, that we could have a disaster on our hands.
Precisely. Shall we move in cautiously?
That is probably wise.
Chico will move to here, and Hist will move up to there.
Stay hidden, Hist. You never know when you might be needed.
What is this hidden thing you speak of?
Alright.
Be brave.
So we will make
My
our
stealth
way
is
in.
2.
Nice. Alright.
Nazaro isn't exactly built to be a stealthy sort. I mean, did you see him? Did you see him? That's not a critter that says quiet.
Alright, and what I'm gonna do, I'm going to create an encounter here. And we can roll initiative. This is not a creature, it is a hazard, but we take turns as things are happening because the fire and whatever is on it is spitting and going crazy, overflowing. So we just like to keep track of where everyone is. So we're going to be rolling.
It helps make sure
here.
everyone acts.
Jeez, he's getting very low on his rolls today, but that's okay. Happens sometimes.
There you go.
Nice. All right, so
If you wanna
Nazaro.
if you want to move the cooking catastrophe, you can.
Oh, it's all good.
I didn't know if there's a certain initiative it's supposed to act at or not, because sometimes there is.
No, we'll just put it. We'll leave it in the initiative as it is, and it will do its things then. So
That's
Nazaro,
fine.
you see this campfire, and you see skillets sputtering, pots threatening to boil over, contents being spilled, sputtering out everywhere. You see some cookbooks carelessly, like, on the ground over here. They were open to a page, but the page has been turned by the wind a couple of times. You're not sure which one was open before.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see any creatures at this stage.
Okay. I don't think he has cooking lore to know anything about cooking. Warfare, orc, esoteric, and dueling. So I could see him doing esoteric lore to see if he knows anything. Otherwise, maybe moving over
It would
to
be
investigate
a survival
books.
check because you can often roll survival to cook. At
Okay.
least in Kingmaking you can.
Do you want me to do that? Or
Yeah, you can roll survival. Nice. Alright, so
23.
The 23. You see a whole stack of ingredients that have been sort of piled up along this wall here, near where those cookbooks are. By the looks of it, they seem to be in a sort of order. And you think that with knowledge of cooking, potentially crafting, you might be able to do something, but it also smells very odd. A smell that you've not really smelt before, like there might be some sort of foreign ingredient in there, and trying to identify what some of those ingredients that are on the ground over there might be something else, maybe a nature check, maybe they're very strange. They certainly look strange. They almost look otherworldly. I can't hear you.
You know, it helps for you to hear me if I unmute.
Yeah.
I mean, I was talking, but obviously you caught everything I said, right?
Obviously. I am the best lip reader.
You can read lips, right? You got that skill?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so he would relay that
I forgot to put it on my character sheet. I must not have it. It's too late now. We're in the session.
Right. So yeah, he'll relay that to the party and tell them, you know, hey, odd ingredients. The book looks like it could be reference material. It smells odd, like it's not natural.
Okay.
I think he would move over to check the book.
Alright, sounds good. You move over to check the book. You've called that
See if
out.
there's any details about what exactly that is going on.
I'll let you make one check on the book. Probably...
What kind of check? Arcana, diplomacy, thievery, perception, occultism.
Yeah, that'll do. Occultism's
Esoterica.
good. Esoterica is good for other things, but not for this. I reckon occultism's good. Try that. See if you can figure out what weirdness is going on. Nope. So yeah, you're fumbling around with this. It seems very, very odd to you. And
He's trained, but when you roll a 5, you roll a 5.
This is it. And so it's got 3 actions. It's going to make splatter attacks. And so we're going to target you, because you're right there, with a splatter attack. And it's boiling over quite accurately. And so, Nazaru, you take 7 points of fire damage as this thing is bubbling over 30 feet. So can it target anyone else? Yes, it can target those 2, and it does make 3 attacks. So let's do Willow next with a 7. Ooh, missed by 1. That's very accurate, but not quite enough.
And to let everyone know, these aren't any modified rules or anything. This is straight up how Pathfinder says to do things.
And so,
full-blown harsh.
Spits everywhere. And look, this hazard is actually pretty low for the party. We're easing ourselves in a little bit here, but I wanted to tell a story, so this is the story.
And that's the important thing, is to tell the story still.
Willow just barely manages to raise the to lift the shield at the last minute there. As that hot spittle comes off the fire. And Kamasu, you are next to act. Having heard what Nazaru has said and seeing the...
He will move up and try to identify the ingredients
nature
to aid in figuring out what's going on. Herbalism, nature, what do you want?
Herbalism's fine as well. Nature, herbalism.
You said nature first when I was talking.
All right, yeah. So you are able to ascertain two things. One, there are ingredients that you do recognize, and two, there are definitely ingredients that you don't, and they are all in there. And that's worrying to you. You know a lot of ingredients, especially in this forest, and these ones don't seem to be either from here or maybe they're incredibly rare. And you can see that you can smell that there's like the odor is getting worse and worse as time goes on because it's boiling over. There's things going into the fire, making it smoke, all sorts of weird things. From what you can tell, these ingredients are... Well, let's just say this. You don't think that all of them are particularly serviceable to eat? Not for any normal person with any degree of, like, taste?
Okay.
You're pretty sure that some of it is like rotten flesh of some sort of dead or even like undead creature?
Yeah. That he'll kind of point that out. We'll have to do a religion check on that then. Those disturbing ones, and yell out to everyone what they are to help them know what's what.
All right. Cool. So as you check religion, you realize in this moment that some of those ingredients are used in necromantic rituals, and they're being used for food.
No.
No.
No. No. No, we don't want that.
Yeah, so you've made 2 checks, and you moved, so all your actions, but you can let everyone know, obviously,
Yes.
with a couple of words that this does not, like, this looks like maybe some sort of horrible...
This is like necromancy cooking, and this is like normal cooking. Did we go too far north, Nishmiko? Did you lead us too far north?
I have not, Smooth Skin. We are very, very far away from that.
All right. He's gonna maybe move in. He's gonna take an action to move in. Trying to get closer. Let's see. What do we have? I'm gonna try a survival check to like peer into this. Ooh, So he peers into the
Yes.
he peers into the bubbling broth, and he looks over to the ingredients and he says,
Ah, yes. Something is coming to me. I once, unfortunately, had this horrible dish, but the person serving it told me all about the ingredients, and I think that root over there,
pointing to something next to Nazaro that like looks all kind of gross and twisted,
and that flesh over there,
pointing at like this half green, like melted flesh near Muzu.
that if you add those, that you might get, I don't know, whatever they were trying to achieve. But I'm not sure you really want to. I remember the taste of it. It was
To take an action to give Hist 2 actions to like. So Hist is gonna like move around, stalking in the shadows, seeing if it can detect anything. So it'll move with one action over to here. I think that's probably fine. Oh no, not quite. We'll move into the shadows over here. And we'll make a perception check with the other. Came from here, so 50 feet.
Yep. You're all good.
Make some like furtive movements. Tamiko says,
Seems that Hist has caught a scent, but is unsure where the origin is. Not the cooking, though.
and that is his
Stay on alert.
turn. Willow,
Okay.
gonna move on in. And
Put that in the pot.
with her gloves, she's got gloves on. She's going with her gloves. Actually, no, she doesn't have gloves on. Let's just have a look.
In the picture, she doesn't, but I would think she probably would. Well, I guess there's fingerless gloves on in your picture.
Anyway, she will
Typically
carefully
armor, that is
pick
the
up
style she
slice of meat.
has.
move over here,
Plate.
thrust it into the fire, and what does it say? It says cooking lore or crafting to add the proper ingredients. So we know that it's been identified. So
we kind of already did that check, so she's just doing the action to actually add it.
yeah, so she does the action to add it, and then she will, in case of anything, she will raise her shield. So I have something here. Raise.
Yep.
Alright. Just in case, because she's getting. Yeah. Nazaro, there is still those roots that are nearby you. They're kind of yellow, rotten smelling. Maybe there's a slight hint of sulfur as you.
He's going to see which recipe in the book refers to that. Quickly. The ingredients indicated. So that he knows how to complete it or disable it, whatever is needed, right? And then grab the elements around him that are needed and walk up with the book, like reading off the info so everyone else says, and plop in there whatever he needed. Like that root you're talking about that you said needs to be put in there.
Alright, does he have crafting or?
Yeah.
Crafting. Maybe make a crafting check. Ugh. What is the DC?
I'm getting to roll my, lovely rolls again. Under 10.
So, as he tries to look through the book, this is the skin of what happens. The breeze catches all of the pages, and they start scattering around, blowing on the wind. Like he's like trying to catch
just
them
like
and put them
flipping
back
on
into
him.
the book.
It's like,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, he's gonna stop it, reorganize it, find it, drop the ingredient instead of putting it in because he can't do it, and steady the page and like hold it there so everyone else can observe it and see it.
All right, sounds good. It is time for more spinning.
Yay!
Yay! And I'm gonna do just the ones that are closest. So we're gonna target. We're gonna target our lovely Willow here first. Who, even with the shield raised, will get damaged. Because we roll well for the hazard. Oh, God!
Oh, yeah. Of course we roll well for the hazard. The hazard, we always roll well for the enemy. Just
that's a miss.
Can't roll well for our characters. You know how it goes.
And that's a miss. Only just, though. So...
Yep.
She's gonna take 14 points of damage. Ow. As, like, it just spits out, and like a lump of burning meat will just slam her in the face and sizzle over her cheek. It's like, ah! Get it off me!
Yeah.
Peels it off, and half of her skin just peels off with it.
Ugh.
Kamuzu? So Nazaro's holding the book open at the correct page.
That looks problematic. So they've identified the ingredients they need to do. So I guess he'll go up and try to add the ingredient. Survival, nature, herbalism, those
any
kind
of
of
that.
things.
We're gonna be like everything that makes sense here. Survival, nature, yeah, those make sense. Crafting.
He
Nice.
doesn't have crafting.
So given
30
that
though.
that is a critical success, he manages to direct the meat that was on Willow's cheek back into the broth, and he also picks up the root that Nazaru dropped, and he realizes that it needs to be like coated in a mixture, and he sees that next to him. It's this little vat of like milk-like substance. He dips it in, and then he throws it into the pot, and that is 3 successes thanks to the critical success. And that means that the bubbling broth will start to calm on down. The fire will stop spitting, and a more but not especially pleasant aroma starts to come off, and you are able to lift this dish off as it has been prepared correctly. Congratulations.
Ew. Dismantle it permanently. Very well done, Matt. That was nasty.
Hist is going to be coming on in, and as he moves past the tent, you see him like agitated, like darting back and forth. Mishmiko,
Companions, it seems like Hist might have found something in the tent. Let's keep those weapons out, just in case.
Well, do you want to go and investigate?
seems like a good plan. All right, let's go over. All right, let's go check it out. See what's in there. She peers in, and as she lifts the tent flap, she immediately steps backwards, one step here, as just bugs just come pouring out of the tent and immediately latch onto her and to Hist. And it seems to be a swarm of fleas that is emitting from this fetid tent. And we are going to reveal the swarm of fleas as it comes out. And we are going to make an encounter. Initiative with the fleas. And she says, "There's someone in there!" And he is also going to be making an initiative. Fair enough, because he's unconscious. No, he's not. He's immune to unconscious, so he's not sleeping. He's just resting. All right. One, two, three, four. Yeah. So the flea swarm is going to get its first action. It's going to come pouring out as described onto Willow and Hist with its first action. And then we have swarming bites. So everyone in that needs to make a reflex save. There's that. Let me move it. Willow needs a reflex save. Success. Hist needs a reflex save. Yeah, so they both succeeded, but not critically. And so we're going to do half damage to both. So Hist takes
6 apiece.
6. Willow takes 6. And it is in their square, and it's just swarming all around. You see all this just masses of fleas pouring out of the tent. And you hear a slight chuckle coming from inside. Alright, so it moved, it swarmed, and it's going to now suck blood. Last action was swarming bites, it dealt damage. The flea swarm drinks the creature's blood. Each victim becomes drained 1, and the swarm gains HP if it had it, but you're giving these guys drain.
That's wonderful.
Oh yeah.
Drain doesn't just go away.
No, and it's going to cause damage because, yeah, it's horrible. So yeah, all these fleas are... Following around. Kamuzu? So like holes. Just big ball of fleas that it's riding and fighting and not going to question on the things I've been hearing. Okay. What do you want to do? Music?
I'm considering if I should do something to boost it or if I just move in and slash. I was considering something like Bless or Bane to try to help things.
So you only see. So technically, the swarm is one creature for the purposes of Bane, although it represents hundreds, if not thousands, of tiny insects. So you could target it. You don't see whatever creature is inside the tent that's giggling. So at the moment, that's hidden from you.
First time I've done a spellcaster in Pathfinder, so I'm trying to try to understand the spells a little bit. So you're welcome to advise as well.
Yeah, Bless can help all of us, which is good. And what it will do is it will be a 15-foot emanation, much like my own.
Right.
And everyone in that area will get +1 to attack rolls. So it'll help them be accurate.
Right.
Otherwise, you've got some spells there. So you've got Spiritual Armament, which like projects a copy of your weapon out like a spiritual weapon from D&D.
Okay.
So that's kind of like that, and you have to sustain that, but it offers you like a ranged attack,
Right.
because you can like channel it up to 120 feet from you, which is useful. But right now you're close enough where that isn't as useful. You've got Revealing Light, which if things were invisible or concealed, you might be able to reveal them. And they can be dazzled, so it's harder for them to hit anything. But these things aren't targeting; they're just,
right,
making things do stuff. Your Inner Radiance Torrent is a line. It's like a Dragon Ball attack, where you like stand there for a round or two and just channel this big ball of light. Yeah, exactly. So that's what that is. Possibly not the most useful thing at the moment. And of course, you've got Heal. The Bidding Ward is like a armor class thing. It's not probably going to be helpful. You've got Haunting Him, which is a damage, which it is an area effect. So that would be pretty good, I think, doing Haunting Him. If you can target
I was kind of wondering about that.
Right squares.
So let's do that. To start with, anyways.
Okay, so it needs a Fortitude save. Of course, the dice are always in its favor.
Mm-hmm.
Here I am recommending courses of action. Not much you can really do.
Nope.
Unfortunately, it critically succeeds. So you make a Haunting Him. Do you sing that, or do ghostly creatures sing that? What is the skin of this? Or...
It's probably a funereal dirge kind of thing.
Nice. Very cool.
Just
Now, unfortunately, they rolled especially well and are not affected by that. Keep on swarming. You've got one more action, as that was...
does it? Oh, they critically succeed. Yeah, so no damage.
They critically succeeded, yeah. By a lot, by the way.
Yeah, I see that. Because the dice like the enemies. We got that.
So you got one more action. What does community do with this one?
Probably raise shield, because
Yeah.
we know how much that matters.
Alright, Willow. I have to move this to get a hold of Willow. Is going to raise a shield. Is going
There you
to...
go.
target these creatures, hopefully.
Would be good.
And we are going to make our strike and flail attack.
Ooh, critically hit. Very nice.
So that one will
Sorty
take-
damage. Yep. Just about to click it myself. Well done. That's nice, solid hit.
She starts, sweeping the flail, just willy-nilly, cutting them down. Technically, we should follow the rules, and she will need to do a diplomacy check, which she fails. So we don't actually
Why would she
have, because this stance is actually a stance. She actually needs to pass her check. So we do not have her aura at the moment. She actually has to pass,
Got it.
and because I keep
Yep.
rolling 2s and 3s,
You're rolling like me.
so that is her turn. Azara. Why does it keep putting the Marshal's aura on? That is very odd. Let's
You're
just
within the
turn that
Marshal's aura because it's a permanent aura. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're benefiting from it otherwise.
Oh, the Champion's aura. Right. I get it. We're in the Champion's aura, we're not in the Marshal's aura. Gotcha. Sweet. Alright,
So
Zara?
he's going to try to nature with his exploit vulnerability and understanding what the creature is.
Sounds good. She is an esoteric law. But it
Yes, I was
should be
looking at
its
it.
own thing. Yep.
Does
Not
that?
very much information. Yep. All the information. Oh, which, by the way,
Please. 25.
25. So that's definitely enough. It's not a crit
Yeah.
success, but it's a normal success.
Does it go against the standard lore DC? Is that what it is? So it says recall knowledge, nature DC 20 baseline, applicable lore 18, or 15 very easy.
Yeah, it's not very easy.
Right. But so I was wondering, does that mean it's a DC 18? This is me trying to understand how the system works.
based on the creature. And if it was a specific lore, esoteric isn't. Let me just check that. Usually, it's a standard DC for its level. Okay. So standard DC for its level is recall, knowledge, animal nature 20. So you pass, but not critically succeed.
So, yep. That's all good. I wanted to make sure I understand how it works. So that means the exploit vulnerability has happened, which means he learns about it.
Recall an important fact. So you know that it is weak to area and splash damage.
So he'll convey that to the group. But I don't have that kind of things.
So Kamuzu, is that Nazaru saying that?
Yeah, that's Nazaru saying that.
Yeah.
So that the others
Kamuzu
can act upon that.
Yeah.
Kamuzu, yeah, he does, but just so everyone knows, right here, weakness, area damage, splash damage. So that means exploit vulnerability to the creature or mortal weakness, the personal antithesis. So probably want to do exploit vulnerability, right?
Yeah.
Or is it personal antithesis? I'm trying to remember. That is different.
You're not wanting personal antithesis.
Okay.
So if you fail on your check, exploit the personal.
Right.
Class.
So he will step and try to eradicate some of these creatures with that knowledge.
Make sure that we're targeted. Nice. And whatever damage we do here,
strength. And then I don't see the personal or the enhanced vulnerability being active on that.
let's check the damage. Implements empowerment. So it is working.
Okay.
So if you click on it, you'll see implements empowerment is +4.
Okay, so implements empowerment is the making the antithesis damage?
It looks that way to me.
Okay.
Because it is a weakness of 4. So it looks like that's working as intended. Damage. Actually, that's actually going to be, yeah. So what we have here is it's resistant to physical. So this is what we were saying earlier, right? So it will take damage because of its weakness, which is 4. Its resistance is 8. So it resists 8. You did 17, so that's 9. It should take
actually,
4 more damage.
He should have had a +2 on that attack. I mean, it won't matter right now, but that could have potentially been a crit.
What was the +2 for?
You should have had, I thought, intensify vulnerability. Oh no, not yet. Never mind, not yet. Not high enough yet. It looked like there's at the beginning. That's right.
So we're going to do a little bit more damage. So we might have to edit based on Thaumaturge. It might not be fully implemented yet. But it has taken damage. Excellent. As he sort of might pull out like a special weapon dust or something and flick it at the creature, and it sort of illuminates it as if it's doing area damage, but it's not. It's just as if it is something like that. And so you've moved, and you've attacked, and you've done that. So that is
Pulls out
everything
some
you can do.
marigold and puts it on his blade as he slashes with it. Since that's a natural inty insect. In honor of someone else.
So he. Let's see. Shmiko is going to have Hist form an action, 2 actions. That's fine. That's that one. Yeah, that's okay. So Hist is going to target it and make an attack with his claws. Yeah. Fine. Bite these fleas away. Crit.
Dude. Wow. Go Hist. MVP.
Hist just leaps up into the air and just.
I have a question. Is Hist a bug eater?
I mean, anything that's got blood, right? He's a carnivore.
Just saying, maybe that's what's going on.
Wow. So without even finishing the turn, Hist manages to defeat them. So we've got another action for Hist. And then 2 actions left for Nishmiko. Nishmiko will make his way over here to see what's inside the tent, see if we can like figure that out. He sets Hist over here to guard, just in case anything comes out. And I think that'll do. And we have the little man in the woods. So, emerging from the tent.
Yeah.
This little man. It's small. Comes out. Emerges. Yes, let me just move the swarm. Emerges. Little old man. He, his face is all wrinkled. And you see him, extraordinarily pale.
I like that.
Extraordinarily pale. His body is like shriveling. And you swear that there used to be more to him than there is now. Like he's been decaying. And there is a horrific stench coming off
That's
him.
what Kazumu's first thought is. This thing's dead and needs to be put back in the ground.
right.
Are we in initiative or in that
Oh
counter?
yeah. No, we're
Okay.
oh, it's there. It's what some might call a wave battle because
Yep.
the swarm is first. Gets dealt with, and then we have to deal with him. So we're not dealing with too many things at once because even just with him, it's So he will
I get you.
emerge. He looks up at Willow. He is going to make a grab attempt. And we're gonna do +2 because this is a grab.
Eek.
23.
That's against her. What?
Yeah.
Athletics or reflex? I'm trying to remember.
Fortitude DC. So her Fortitude DC
20,
is 21.
21.
So it will hit her. So
Just
he will
got her,
grab.
yep.
So she will be grabbed. Sort of leaps up, grabs her, and then with his final action, because he's come out, he's going to start to try and strangle her. He puts his grip around Willow's neck and deals potentially damage. So we need a Fortitude save from Willow. Could you do that one for me? Save me doing too much while I'm going
Please don't let us fail. That's the only reason I don't want to roll.
There it is.
See, look, roll below a 10 again. That's why I didn't want it.
And she will take 14 points of damage from him as he starts to strangle her. A strangled creature cannot speak, which prevents it from casting spells with a verbal component or activating items with a command component. Must hold its breath or start suffocating. Yay! We love that for Willow. Not. Alright, Kamuzu. This little man in the woods is starting to strangle out your new companion. What are you gonna do?
Won't be happy at all. Right. Get off her, fiend.
You hit. 17 points. Oop. Yeah. Just laughs in your face.
Just
Anything else that he wants to do?
sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep slash again. Damage.
Alright. Alright. Here's Willow's turn. She is grabbed. She does not want to be grabbed.
Trying to get him off.
So we are going to make an athletics check to try and not be grabbed. That'll do.
26. Yep. His is 23.
Okay.
24.
We'll wrestle him off. We'll raise her shield.
Oh, I forgot to have him do that. That's what you get for forgetting things.
Yeah. And then I think she's going to also lay on hands because she's not looking great.
If it matters to you, next turn I was considering doing a burst heal.
Yep. Well, she doesn't know us terribly well yet.
Yep.
We haven't worked together, so
Yep.
that's what she's going to do on her turn. Azaro?
Oh, good. Slash through the tent as he is up to flank.
Oh.
Just narrative, verbal aspect, right?
Absolutely.
And I forgot about my ability to.
Yeah, you
Do that.
need to do that.
Oh, it has to be target. It has to be the exploit vulnerability target. So he couldn't have. Never mind.
Couldn't have yet anyway. Yep. So probably want to do that if we want to use that.
Yep. So we're doing that now.
If we can exploit his vulnerability, little man in the woods.
Ah.
No.
So it needs
Will
to be
not
at
succeed.
24. Or
Well, for a creature 6. It's just by level. 22.
22. Okay. So almost made it. So luckily he still gets the
He can exploit personal.
first antithesis now. Not quite as good, but worth trying. So he will strike the creature.
Ooh.
Yay!
Oof.
And then he will had to defend. Come on, you beast! At me!
Alright. Shmiko is going to order hist in. Also
Oh, look.
creating a flank.
Flanking.
And we'll make a Jaws attack.
Ooh. Really?
I mean, you can't write this shit.
No,
It
you
is.
can't. His crits
Another
again.
24. Yeah, just leaps up into this guy's face and starts gnawing into his shoulder. Ah.
Yanking, ripping off chunks,
Um.
flinging them. Probably doesn't want to eat this thing by this. Described it.
No, not particularly. And then
So that's
I'm going
two actions.
to...
2 actions left.
Yeah, I have 2 actions. None of us are particularly hurt. Just looking at what he can do. You know what? He's going to cast Protect Companion, which is a cantrip.
That's a good one. I just
So
put it on for you.
So that's
Yep.
the Protect
+1
Companion.
circumstance to AC. Awesome.
Yep. And I gain the
And you
life
get
block
life
reaction
block. Yep.
if I want it. Which is really nice. And then
One action.
indeed. He's not in a position to use his claws.
I didn't think about that.
We're going to raise a shield.
Little beast turn.
Indeed. Man in the Woods is now surrounded. Has a whole bunch of things. And not doing so hot. He's going to target. He doesn't know. Doesn't know what to do. Let's roll. So it's going to be 1,
That's what to
2, 3, 4. So it's going to be Nazaru, Kamazu, Willow, or Hist on a D4. Can you roll a D4 for me? One will be 4. So target Hist.
See, the dice at least like telling a story. His crit him, so he's going for the crit.
Melee strike fist.
No!
Damage. 15. Okay, and what does the life block do? Let's see. Reduce the triggering damage by 10, but I lose 5 hit points.
Save your buddy. Save your buddy.
Oh, let's do that. So we're going to take 10 less damage. Still on 37, but I take 5. 5. Go. Alright,
Nice.
that's pretty good. And then I can't, then he's not, he's got Protect Companion, but I can't use it again. The little man in the woods sees that, is going to follow up the thing with grab, because he has grab. So he doesn't take an attack penalty for grab. Here's the Anna gets +2 because it's a grab. Ooh, definitely grabs a hold of Hist. And then with his final action, Strangle. Hist needs a Fortitude save. Can you do that for me?
And this for Hist?
Yeah.
He's Hist. The hero. Ah.
Right, cool. And then Strangle. Basic, so it's gonna do double. Thankfully he didn't roll high. Ouch. So that's all of his actions. Master. He's beating away this little raptor. Raptor's okay. And the Protect Companion. Okay, so before you, yeah, go ahead.
So, the 30-foot emanation hits everyone. Does it hit him as well?
So you would have to make a Fortitude save. That's your.
He needs to make a Fortitude save. Aw, really?
Normal success. So he'll take some damage still. So you do the healing for me.
There we go.
Nice. He'll take half. And then we all get...
Yep.
Is that
We all get
correct?
22, and he takes 22 except halved because he saved.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, that's right. Yep. There it all goes.
Hey, look at that.
Yep, but that's all 3 of his actions. So Willow.
That was all 3 of his actions. Hurt the enemy, and we all healed. I think that's valid.
It's amazing. I didn't say it wasn't amazing. All right, she is going to strike. Like, well, that was amazing. Didn't know you had that in you, but they must have taught you well. Oh, what is that roll, DM? Double ones? Double ones? Alright, it is what it is. We raise our shield. And we might maybe try and go for this. Yeah. That's a bit more respectable. He is on death's door. Zara?
You're a despicable creature. Let's try exploit vulnerability again.
All
Hopefully
right.
actually pass. What was the DC on that?
22.
So it was 20.
22. Nope.
4 won't do it. It's a plus
Nope.
13.
That's a really good plus, but when your dice are not great, not much you can do. Oof. Yep, we keep rolling terribly. There it is. That should finish him off. Alright, and he takes the damage. Alright, what happens next surprises you. He does get knocked down. And then you see him open his eyes, and he like sniffs the air. It's like,
Did you finish my meal? I could smell my meal.
Ouch.
and
He says, "Oh, but I have a great reward for you. You finished my meal." All you need to do is let me go.
Do you know what happens to a watermelon when a horse steps on it with 2 hooves?
well, that's what I'm guessing. That's what's happening.
It doesn't matter what anyone else says. That's what Kazumu does. He just rears up and...
Yeah, stomp him into the ground, and blood and guts.
New definition of curb
Right,
stomp.
Well, I guess that shut him up. I'm not sure it was really necessary, but been all right.
I lay everyone to rest when it is their time. One day you will visit my grounds as well, and I will be sure you rest.
Well, we should lay him to rest at least. What do you say? Throw him into the fire that he built himself?
Seems like an acceptable end.
Yeet. Well,
So, those who are, just to pull the viewers in and let them know what's going on, Kazumu, one of his things is, his edict is protect those who have authority over maintain harmony in the community.
mm-hmm.
Oh, you made him do Horus. Interesting. That works. And anathema is undermine rightful ruler, serve usurper. He doesn't do those things. So he's yeah. He's a good guy. He doesn't like dead things.
Fair enough.
And then Willow ensures the health of crops, vegetation, protects bodies and souls, worthy of the worthy dead, avenge the wrongdoing of murdered. And anathema is dismember a creature, desecrate a corpse, show ingratitude for sincere gift. So I don't think she desecrated a corpse, and I don't think she dismembered a creature.
Nope. Burning is a perfectly acceptable.
It's not
death.
dismemberment. Yep. And Kazumu didn't dismember him either, for that matter.
All right. So with that, corpse burns and smoke
Yep.
dies. And I think this might be a good time for our 5 to 10 minute break. And we will be back in a few minutes with the second half. We hope that you are enjoying our new characters.
These new characters.
Yeah, hopefully it's been
It's
entertaining.
very interesting. Yeah.
And we will be back very soon.
See you all in about 10 minutes.
everyone had a good break. How was your break, DM? You have a good time? Get your stuff organized?
Got a refill on the coffee and got some food because I was taking care of kids instead of getting dinner earlier. And then we started this.
We sure did. Alright, well, we are back. You got some food, very important to eat. Blue Dragon, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you being here, bud. Doing well. Alright, our characters have overcome their first couple of threats in this forest. Been a little weird, as expected, in a forest called the Forlorn or the Forbidden or whatever else forest you want to name it. A couple of
Freaky.
our characters are a little hurt, or at least drained.
They were hurt. Luckily, they got their life back, but the draining didn't go away.
Nope. They're going to have to wait till the next day. Speaking of which, it's about the middle of the day right now. We're journeying through this forest. We don't need any immediate healing. Probably stop for a 10-minute break, if that's all right, to refocus.
Yep, we're just seeking Tasty Beast.
Willow will spend her time in quiet meditation. And yeah, we will search these ruins, see what we can uncover. I guess if there's someone been living here, probably everything's been taken. There is a +1 short bow on his corpse if anyone wants it. Not striking, but +1 short bow.
Doesn't hurt to have it on either Willow or Nazaru, just so they have a ranged option if needed.
Yeah, maybe better on Nazaru at this stage, so I'll drag it over to
Okay.
him. Just... Oh.
Yeah, just because, it never hurts to have backup.
No. What do you think made these old walls? It's built in the forest. They look very old.
Indeed, it looks very old indeed. I do not know. I'd not heard of anyone living in these woods. Any civilization or town being in the woods. Mayhaps we can investigate and figure something out.
Well, I don't think it would be dwarves. Not out in the middle of a forest like this. But I can't be sure. It's been a little while since I've been around woven craftsmanship. Been training, Drybridge. Less dwarven craftsmanship there than back home.
Does Nazaru know anything about it? I'm trying to figure out if he's heard any sort of culture, society in the woods.
Yes, indeed, he has. He looks at the stones. The stones really don't stand out, but what stands out is the mortar between the stones. Ooh. All together. What you find is a fine trace of a sparkling dust that
Interesting.
is amongst the mortar of this ruin. It actually catches the light, this sparkling dust. And you have a feeling, 21's pretty good, that potentially this has been sewn together by some sort of fae.
I believe maybe it was one of the old ones that has made this place. You notice the sparkling and the grout between the stones.
It does seem to catch the light. It's very odd. After all these years? Is it dangerous at all? You don't think so with a 21?
I do not believe it is.
Right. That's good to know. You know much about the Fae then?
I know some about the old one. Not necessarily everything. I've crossed blades with some of their spawn, their creations.
I see. Looks like the lay of the land is changing. And even through the forest, you see that there are like folds in the land. There are little hills rising here and there. There are big rocks and stones and stuff strewn through the landscape, as well as the trees, which most of the area up till now has been,
Just
undulating,
forest.
but not to the same degree.
Yeah. Indeed, it seems there is a bit of elevation there. Do we wish to seek it, or do we want to on to another location?
Well, can you see an entrance to anything, or is it just stone walls?
I've not seen an entrance as of yet. What about the rest of you?
Alright, we'll have a bit of a look-see, see what people are noticing. Perception. Oof. That's pretty high. Since we'll
You see, there's things.
Wow. So, Nishmiko and Kamuzu, you don't see an entrance per se, but you do see a hidey hole for an item that is cunningly hidden by overgrown trees. You don't think it was intentionally hidden that way. Probably would have been mostly visible if nature hadn't have taken over here, but you find it amidst root structure of a relatively, at least comparatively to this structure, set of trees and cropping, and you see that there's a little hole, and you see an item inside.
Nushmiko, it seems that location has caught your eye as well. Do we want to investigate?
It could be dangerous. Often the Fae have tricksy things. Might be advantageous to be cautious. Yes.
Cautious is always prudent.
In through here.
There we go. Just doing a little cleanup on everyone's statuses. But yeah, I think they would check it out cautiously. Not necessarily take it, but at least investigate it. Depending on what it is.
So it's cunning in there because you at first think that it's just part of the root structure of the tree, but you realize that heading in a very strange direction if it is, and then you sort of bit of a look, and it's actually a staff. It's actually a wooden staff.
Really warrants a good investigation on it. Take a look at it. Investigate it. Maybe try to see if you can identify it.
You see that it has deep red, almost brown leaves on the staff that are starting to wilt and wither, like what happens with non-evergreen trees as it comes up to winter.
Interesting.
And they are oak leaves. And this
Seems
tree
to be in
that's
line
growing
with...
is not an oak.
Yeah. It seems to be in line with the season.
Do we wish to take it? Don't know if it is guarded.
Nazaru's like, takes it. Well, it's mine unless someone else comes out here to claim it.
No one comes out to claim it.
There's your answer, Nishmaku.
Alright, I will add a verdant staff to your inventory.
Nazaru isn't exactly the most, cautious one, shall we say.
No, we can see that.
He'll point at, Kamuzu and Noshmiku and be like, do either one of you want to take this lump of wood and play with it?
I'm not sure. Perhaps we should
Investigate it first, and he'll sort of poke at it. And he'll make a... Actually, do I have...
Does anyone know, how magic items work, perhaps?
Yeah, pick him up and you make him do what you want him to do. Doesn't actually know, he's making it up.
Just looking. Got that. Is it the different cantrips? Yeah, he's not prepared.
It's like, it would take me time. I would need to rest before I was able to do such a thing, without risk of anything untoward happening. You can hold on.
I'll hold on to it unless you want to hold on to it. I don't care.
Oh, no. You hold on to it.
I'll let you play with the wood later then. Let's move.
Alright. So we can move on forward. Yeah. You see that the lay of the land opens up towards the south and continues forested towards the east. Oh.
Nice.
There seem to be like big folds of rocks and wrinkles almost in the ground. Rolls. Potentially interesting.
But
So
something over there for food.
back. Right, you make your way through. And yeah, it opens up. And you're seeing different trees and plants as you look through the gaps in the land. The land starts to drop off. So you're on high ground at the moment, or we're on high ground at the moment. And where we're looking down through here drops. It's like fairly severe actually. Drops about 50 feet in about 100.
Pretty sharp decline.
Fairly sharp decline, but no risk at the moment with the temperatures and stuff of slipping. You think if it had have rained already. It did rain a little bit last night, as Nashmiko said, but it's not enough to make it terribly slippery. You're seeing very different flora down there. There is a mixture of mushrooms that are all different colors that all seem to be kind of maybe a ring. You see massive, just totally crazy huge, massive flowers that are like purple and growing. They're about 20 feet tall. Their petals are, you know, big enough to be slid down if they were sufficiently firm, which they don't look. But yeah, massive flowers.
This is a very different place. Be on your guard. We don't know what creatures are here. We don't know what creatures are anywhere. Nishmiko,
It's
do you know?
food, so we can more quickly get back.
Be done with our quest? Indeed. But do you know this area, Nishmiko? Is this the kind of location you typically find food, as you put it?
Does not look like anywhere I have been, Spoolskin. The forest
Very
is
well,
typically
Skelly One.
like we have been traversing. That looks more foreign and exotic. Most dreamlike. Does anyone think Fae? He's like looking around. You said that those ruins were Fae.
Could be. Well, let's go across blades or be friends.
Huh?
Oh. Hello? What do you feel
Yes,
on
what
this
is it?
endeavor? What is
I
your
think we
thoughts
should go
on
and
this
check it
endeavor?
out. At least we probably need to make a formal report on this. If it hasn't been seen before, maybe they're aware of it, but they haven't said anything. So I think we should make a formal report when we get back. Give it
All
a
right,
quick
well-
scout for sure.
Move in cautiously and see what we find.
So you come down, and then the whole land opens up, and you realize why, or a result of the land dropping so severely, so quickly. It continues to drop off down to a big pond that's way down here. It continues and this is very severe terrain now, to the point where you think you're gonna have to get on your, put your hands on the ground and skip yourself down. Otherwise, you might start to run because it's so steep. And yeah, looking down. This is up where we came from is the highest ground, and then we've come down about 50 feet. That ends about here. This over here is about the same level as us, and then everything to our east, beyond that flower there, is severely dropping down into a bowl where there's a water gathered at the bottom. There is a massive old tree off in the distance that stands firm, but it has been cut off some time ago. It seems to be growing with some sort of weird glowing green lichen, and you see mushrooms in the bottom of the pond. And probably from this vantage point, you see a bunch of creatures. They look to be fae, gathered around a large mushroom that seems to have multiple stories. And you see a figure that's on the top of one of those mushrooms, gesticulating, moving their hands around, and seems to be making some sort of speech or something to these other fae.
I guess move in and say hello, since we want to investigate. Shall we?
All right.
Or do you want to bellow from here?
Keep me shield up though. Those definitely look like fae.
Do you have much interaction with fae?
Not particularly, I'm afraid. I think probably Nishiko here has had more than I have.
I used to communicate with them some when I was young, but I haven't in many years.
I have seen many fae, good, bad, and otherwise nefarious. One thing is for certain, they are always tricksters.
Sounds like younglings. Do you want to scream from here, or do you want to move in and speak with them?
It seems like they might be listening to someone else. Screaming might disrupt their little gathering. Let us be respectful until they show us disrespect, yes?
Wouldn't make sense, exactly.
That's not a half bad idea. All right, I'll take your word for it. You know better than I do. She'll put away her weapon, but she'll keep her shield raised. We'll make our way over. So about here is where the ground starts to drop off more severely down into the bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear this figure up there speaking. I'm not sure that any of us have elemental type languages, but that's the language that it's speaking. And at this moment,
Elementa?
that
Which?
it's the Aquan.
Oh, I see.
One, which will be one of
One
those.
Petron, Tigan, Surin, Tilin. Yeah. Nope. I don't think any of us have that.
Yeah, it's the elemental water, basically, that it's speaking right now.
Mm-hmm.
And something that you can see is as this creature is gesticulating and talking, the water of the pond actually undulates, almost following the movements that this figure is making.
Seems the water reacts to that one. That could be problematic.
Yes, we need to be careful.
Alright, so let me just come up with something. Okay. Yeah. It looks to you as well as the water is moving that these creatures, these fae, seem to be in awe of what that one is doing. Seem to be quite fascinated by it, you might say. And just for description's sake, you see towering, hunchbacked gremlins. So they're still not quite 3 feet tall, but for gremlins, that's quite tall. They have 3 glowing blue eyes and black oily hair on their head and back that covers them like a cloak. Seem to be very much in awe of whatever that creature is doing and saying. Wanna
Strange indeed. So, do you wanna rush in and see if they want to clash blades, or what do you want to do, Nashmiko? You said you know these things.
Well, he's gonna make a nature check to see just how much he knows. And maybe try and give advice based on that. Let's see if we can actually roll decently.
I'm gonna have Kamazu do it as well, since he said he had some engagement with fey creatures in the past.
So he will know enough about the ones that are on the ground, that are in ore. He will know, or he will remember at least, that these tiny little creatures, at least where he grew up or has experience with, spent hours preparing ambushes for unwary travelers and plotting murders of sleeping villagers.
So he'll share that info. What does Nashmiko remember?
Okay. Shmiko actually recognizes what this might be with a 29. He lowers his voice. He says,
I do not know what to make of that. Why is that there? My friends, that is no mere elemental. That is a genie.
What is Gene?
They command elements like an elemental, but they have magic even beyond what an elemental might. Seems to me
that one is what? And as he gets like halfway through saying water, and the creature starts to do something different and raises its hands, and as it waves its hands, the wind starts to blow and like moves and eddies. You see like mini clouds like appearing where it's like gesticulating. You see the clouds like moving with its hands. You see all of the little gremlins like looking up, and they're like in awe. They're like clapping gleefully. They're like raising their hands like toward it, like little children staring at just like a great magician. And he goes, "Not just water. That one is more powerful than I've seen before or know of. Seems to have hold those other creatures in its sway. For what reason, I am not sure. But it can command the wind just as simply as commanding the waves. It is very troubling.
It is very interesting. What do you suppose we should do with it? Leave him? Go in and speak with him?
Says, very difficult situation. I think not knowing how they're going to react to us, either we make a choice that says we go peacefully and hope that they're not startled too much and talk with us, or we leave them well enough alone, but make that report, Willow here said, to our superiors who might know better. This is not what we came here for after all. We came here for food. But didn't you say that those of Fae, perhaps they have food that they could share with us? You would trust a Fae to give us food for our villages? I don't know. But they might know of some. Oh, snow skins.
You have a point. I mean, I understand your hesitation, Shmiko, but if they know the woods and they know the creatures here, do we want to consider speaking with them to complete our task, or do we want to avoid them in hope that we can do it ourselves?
It's a very difficult question. Look, the daylight is not going to last forever. I say that we decide one way or the other. I think that it's worth at least calling to them from up here. And if they act aggressively, we don't have so far to go to get away. Whereas if we were down there right there with them, well, I think that would be a terrible idea terrible defensively if they turned on us. At least here
Very
we got
well.
some distance on them.
Then shall we?
As you wish.
What
like me to
language do
try
they
and-
speak? Do you know it?
Let's have a look at. Haven't really looked at their languages. He doesn't recognize the language. She doesn't recognize the language.
Then they don't. Unless we give it to someone that still has a few languages open.
Let me see if the voice, if the wild song is enough. They are creatures of the wild. Perhaps they understand.
And he will move forward. And he will start to very softly sing. And as he does, the petals of that flower begin to like fold open to the sun more and like perk up. Not that they were wilting, but perks up as he starts to gently sing. And just like the creature down there, the wind just picks up some. no. Picks up some leaves and flowers. 1 second, I got a call. Sorry. Yep.
And then something happens.
Yeah, not bad. Yourself?
So
yeah,
you're facing off against a fae.
It's happened a couple
It's
of
an
times
elemental.
now. Where
It's interesting. What do you guys think? Do we want to charge in and have fun? Or do we want to try to converse and see what we can do? What do you guys think? Because we appreciate you guys being here, we also want to try to include you when we can. I think being hostile probably is not the best idea for survival and success. Given that, you take more damage, you lose more life, doesn't tend to be the best option. Silverwolf says, charge in. Are you gonna rename someone to Leroy? Should be stealthy like a fox and run away. Bravely run away. Is that like Sir Robin? Yeah. But we don't have any minstrels, so I guess we're gonna go hungry. Do you know where we can pick up some minstrels? Wait. Wolfang. Don't you and Matt sing? Hey. You want to be one of Sir Robin's minstrels? Nice. Stealth and runs away works. Yeah? Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It does sound like that works. Hide in the bushes and pew pew. You don't need to leave stink bombs for everyone. Oh, you meant pew pew like in firing, not... Okay. You need to make that more clear. I thought you were saying you're going to make it pewy. Welcome in, puppy. How you doing? Definitely charge in and have fun. Because, you know, that always works well, right, puppy? Works great for Pinky, right? Nothing bad's ever. Big bombs work too. It's all good.
Big bombs, take him to half health, hide in the bushes. Stealthy and runs away. Level 69, claimed all the goodies. Yeah. If you're very lucky, puppy, and if you happen to look down in the stream rewards, you might see a sing mode. I won't be redeeming it while DM is on because that's not right. But
It's perfectly acceptable.
Potentially, if someone redeems that, we'll do a little bit of singing after the stream. It's up to chat if they want to redeem that. But I'll be after the stream. It'll be like at the end of the stream. Okay, we won't be doing it in the middle. We got story to tell first.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm okay with being on when you expecting you to not do it while we're doing that. Be clear.
I'm just letting them know what the situation is. If it was just me, I would probably take a break and then pop it up. But because
No, I get you. And that's why I didn't
we're
fault you.
here to do a thing, and you've got to sleep at some point tonight. We'll do it this way.
Pinky would do the opposite, yes. All right. So Silver Wolf says to charge in there. Wolfang says to hide in bushes, kind of like Sir Robin style.
Yeah.
And Puppy thinks we should charge in there, but says Pinky would run away. So apparently we have 2 charge in theirs and 2 runs aways.
Well, I took my call as Nashmiko was singing, so we're about to find out whether these elementals understand, and then we'll go from there. So let's have a look. True speech. What the hell is true speech? Let's find out. Pathfinder 2. True speak. All words, regardless of language? Wow. Alright, well, they understand. Ah, yes, I'm muted. Sorry, folks. I'm back. We're back. That would take all my points, but it was tempting. Hey, look. Alright. We'll do it later. See, I don't have appropriately nature music. But yeah, totally pro streamer. I do all the right things. Come on, what are you talking about? So yes, they do understand. Pretty amazing, actually. So the wind will mingle. Their wind and Nishmiko's wind will mingle.
England.
And mingling winds. And then a voice in common will echo on the wind, almost as if it's emanating from here rather than from down there, like borne upon the wind, as if he's like just talking to it, and he's not even raising his voice.
Voice.
Just like talking. And the voice says, you are entering a sacred grove under my protection. These folk are under my protection. This land, from the crimson, from the undulating folds to the shade of the old tree, our lands extend. Doesn't sound like very far, basically from here to wherever the shade of that tree goes to, and which we can't see right now. So, small amount of land. Says, you risk great peril venturing on lands that are not yours. It says, here all are made one. Come and listen to the stories. Come and listen to the winds, the waters, the fires of the heart. Listen to the earth as it rumbles. Listen to the wood as it weeps, and the metal as it sings. All are one here.
Well, I don't know if that's doable, chap. Of a bit of a predicament of acquiring feed for our friends. Go down and mingle more wind.
Apparently, Krulfang has a suggestion for the song that we might start off with later, which I've never performed, and I'd have to look it up. But yes, that's a great song to start with, buddy. Get a Pocahontas to start the screen to start that. You'll see. I'll have a look at it, and we'll and I'll. No promises, but I'll have a look. Okay. So you're saying that you have a predicament, that you're looking for food, and that we haven't found any. Is that right? Am I asking for them?
And then ask Nishmiko if he thinks we should, if he wanted to go and meet with him, should beg our lead and seek food elsewhere.
Nishmiko puts his hand behind his back and like wriggles it so that you can like notice that he's moving it, and then like he just moves it like up and down as a nod and horizontally as a shake, and all of the movements like, and you haven't seen him do this, so you might not necessarily understand, but he's making like definite shaking rather than nodding. He's shaking his hand, and then like he's speaking while he's doing this, saying, "It is lovely to meet you. Sorry to trek on your lands. We do not mean you harm. You can see his eyes like darting around. You can see his whole posture is like on guard. There's something about whatever this voice, some sort of aura that he's feeling that doesn't feel right to him. He looks uncomfortable. In moments of seriousness, please. Oh, we love you, buddy. So you could do a perception check to sense motive if you think that that's in question, because we haven't like been together for very long. But it would just be perception to sense motive. Oh, you absolutely misunderstand. Totally misunderstand. And you're muted. Which means you're going to.
Dice.
Well, it's better than a crit fail.
Nice. So.
Oh my lord. Well, Kamuzu gets totally the wrong idea. Kamuzu thinks that Nishimiko is like, yeah, let's go and talk. Nazaru isn't so sure, but with that check, it like can't tell one way or another. Let's see if Willow has an actually good read.
That we should go in there and talk. Do you think so?
Not really. She's like, she doesn't really know what this means either. She's like, seem different. And Nishimiko like turns, and you know, a hiss comes through his grated teeth, like, shh, like everything that you say could be heard, kind of thing. But he's not able to. Like,
it's like, whoa. I think Nishimiko may be getting pissed or something. To back up. If he's pissed, I'll make him. I don't think that's what it is.
Nishimiko says, to appease you, O great ones, we will leave you in peace. If you have any recommendations for where to go for food, we would take them gladly as we go. Trying to like hammer that message down as we go. As we go.
I guess he doesn't want to go in.
Voice says, "Oh, but come and hear. The unity, the belonging, come and belong." I need everyone to make me will saves, please.
He has unlimited range on that.
Within their area. Mm-hmm.
Are we within their area? Or we're just outside?
Yes, we are. No, we're on the so it's everything from the fold of the land, which is this. South. Alright. It's not bad. Not bad, not bad. Ooh. Excellent.
Dice like Hist.
They really like Hist.
We might have to make Hist be the primary character.
That would be great. Alright, I think that's everyone.
Send everyone else home. Yeah. Hist, it's all you.
So, Nazaru, Hist, Willow, you are all resisting and realize what's happening. Nashmiko and Kamuzu, you're feeling an urge to go down there. But Nashmiko knows and has been saying it's not wise, so he's trying to fight the urge. But yeah, the rest of you that got over...
I think you're right, Nashmiko. We should definitely go talk with him. Let's go, guys. How bad could it be? The friendliest chap.
All is one here.
Nashmiko's like trying to back away.
Yes.
Come on, let's go up there. How bad could it be? It's a friendly chap.
Do I have features that like stop, make us redo will saves or something? I just gotta have a look and make sure that there's, see if there's anything from. It'll definitely only be on the champion. It is. Inspiring Marshal says, which we haven't got, so it's not there. You know what? She's gonna try and make a performance check to see if she can like counteract some of this effect. Because she can sense that something's not right, so she's gonna try and perform to at least like. Ugh. Not working. All right. Looks like those that got under 20.
Before we do that, identify the creature.
25's enough. 25's enough. All right. So
That's
I'll
his.
put it up on the screen.
You know what? He absolutely needs to identify it to tell the group.
So this is known as a shurizi, something like that. It is a Jeanne, so a type of genie, and it looks like, and you can identify, that it's a variant of the Shuruk
metal, water,
and it's everything combined.
Wow.
And look
This
at
is
look at these resistances, like
resistant to air and fire and water and wood.
Water and wood and
Resist all
metal.
element.
Right. So
So he's going to look at them and be like, "This is a creature of pure elemental chaos. We need to go and speak quickly, make a decision as a group as to whether we want to proceed down or not. But we need to speak back up the hill."
nice.
Yes, up the hill, Yes, we will go up the hill.
He'll call out, "My dear friend, give us a moment to deliberate on your offer, as there's some discrepancy in our midst."
Oh, calm, all at once.
And so, that way.
Yes, run away! Run away! This does not seem good.
So, my
All
dear
right.
friends, I do think a elemental beast such as that is not something we should converse with very much. Though we could clash blades with it, it apparently has other creatures at its beck and call that are evil beasts.
It does seem very powerful. Even after I cautioned, I wanted to go down there. I do not even know why. I didn't want to go down there, but I did.
You're confusing. I thought you said to go down there, and now you're saying you said not to go down there. He invited us to go down there. I don't understand why it's such an issue. He seemed like a friendly chap.
I think he was compelling us.
Oh. That is unacceptable. It is rude.
Willow says, "You don't have to think. He was absolutely trying to do that, and he nearly had you all. Just as well this one as, talked reason into your thick skulls. Let's get out of here and never come here again. Let's make sure that they know well and truly that this is not a place to be trifled with."
Unless we come back with prepared and with plans of execution. Maybe roll some large stones down the hill and squash the buckets. What do you think about that one, Willow? That does
Far
not
be it from
sound-
me to say that would be right or wrong. I think that greater minds than ours should be making those decisions. But if it was allowed, I would be standing right there with you. All right, we thankfully just barely managed to walk away.
I figured the esoteric lore would make sense because he identifies it and then uses his information to give himself a bonus on the diplomacy check to convince everyone, hey, I know about this thing. Right?
Oof. That could have been really ugly. Like another couple of steps and we would have been rolling down that hill. So
Yeah.
Wow.
And just so everyone knows, okay, let's open this up and look at it. It has a composite longbow, magical. Cool. Nothing major. Oh, but he has a 15 to hit and 2, so that, the striking room. Nothing major. It's not nothing. Fist, scimitar. Basic, nothing crazy. What's this? All made one. Ah! You strike with elemental, dealing extra d6 damage on everything you do.
Yep. And then have a look at the spells tab.
And then you have invisibility, speed, inner teleportation out. Fireball, lightning, noxious metal, one with stone, ball of thorns, water wall. Yeah. Easy.
So the first thing that would have happened if we had gone down there would have been wall of thorns to keep us down there. So this was very dangerous. Wow. Wow. Yikes. Now, totally within our ability to deal with, but oof.
Well, if we had all of them, and we put them in with us.
Oh yeah. Not a good idea. Yeah.
So that is considered a extreme, very extreme,
very extreme,
difficult.
Yeah. Now,
if we remove all the grubs,
yeah.
Okay, we remove all the grubs. It finally gets down. Oh no, I removed the guy. Hold on. Just him by himself is severe. Him by himself, all the little grubs, is severe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nothing major.
Now, I would not have had all of the grubs in there, by the way, but yeah, that's not
And the
good,
point is
not
the
a good-
potential thing is, the level of potential threat is what I was saying.
Thankfully, we don't have to deal with that. But we're telling a story here. We're obviously, it's very clear now. This forest is dangerous in a lot of different ways. Not just, yeah. a lot of different ways. Big
Got
meanie poo here.
vampires, got mental, got bad fae, got
Hmm. All right, well, really appreciate you calling it out like you did, Azaru. That was well identified.
That's what I do. I told you I'm a monster hunter. It's what I live for.
Right. Well, supposing that all the rest of you ain't still convinced of going down there. Oh no, I don't no. Thank you, but
I mean, if we're compelled, I don't think it's fair. But other than that, he didn't seem like a bad sort, but I don't know. I will hearken to you, as I do not know this creature.
all right. So we are able to walk away.
And I think that's just what we should do.
Shall we, stay north of those falls in the land, friends?
Nishmiko, perhaps you continue leading us towards food. Unless we
Yes.
want to hand over the directives to Hist. He seems to be doing fairly well.
Yes, well, creatures such as that are mighty indeed.
Kamuzu is going to try to convince Hist to help rack some food. Hist, why don't you help us find some good food?
It's just like looks at him blankly. And then bares his gleaming white teeth.
And I thought you were a helpful chap.
Mishmiko says,
I have trained his well. I do not appreciate you trying to influence him, but I do appreciate
I was
that
simply
you are
asking
looking
for his
for
aid.
food. And that is a good idea.
he'll make us some weird throat noises and this
He's
will
a natural
immediately,
predator, is he not?
immediately come and heel and start to like sniff around as soon as Mishmiko has made these sort of throat noises.
Sounds good.
Alright, so we've got a little bit of time and I have one last encounter in this area, and then maybe you would be interested next week in coming up with what sort of creatures you would like us to come up against as far as
Sure.
food or
Yeah.
have situations, and even if you just want to let me know what your ideas are. If you have time to generate stuff and put them up, feel free. And if otherwise, if you just have ideas, let me know. But I want to finish
Certainly.
this off with one last thing before we get out of this area to fill up today's session and make life interesting for us, because why wouldn't it be? So, let me just take one look at something quick. Or of something. this way. Okay. Alright, so, yeah, we move on. And we're going to make some blind rolls. You will see these. But we're doing that so that
My eyes are open.
we're telling a story.
Oh, yeah. This shows people how you can choose to play a character without using metagame knowledge, right? And that's part of the point of us doing this is we're not making the best decisions with the information we have at hand.
All right, do any of us have more than 22 passive, or it's not called passive, but initiative, which will be 10 plus your, 10
23.
plus your perception. 23? We just manage. Is there anyone else? We've got an 11 there, so he doesn't. We've got a
Mishmiko
10
has 23
there.
as well. Miko and
23 as well.
Kazum.
So both Kamuzu and Nishmiko sense this, but the others do not. They sense movement in these copses of trees, and are able to point it out, which means that there won't be a complete surprise. But we are going to reveal the threats. Obviously, you don't know exactly where they're coming from.
Right.
And the direction that was pointed out was this direction. Both of you pointed this one out, but not the others. So all of us are looking this way and do not notice yet the others. So we'll potentially be flat-footed to them because they are hiding. So let us roll initiative and see who gets to go first. Oh. Yikes.
Ready? Roll.
So that's still extreme. Why is that still extreme?
We're against an
Might do is just weaken these off a little bit. I don't want to just kill us. Do we want to go hard?
Up to you.
You tell me.
I trust you.
Chat, do we want to go hard? Or slightly easier? Either DMX's chat or my own, we will listen to you. Do we want this to be particularly difficult, or are we...
If we make them all weak, it's still considered extreme.
Yeah, let's just make. I think it was rolled before. I think it's because we modified it afterwards, but that's fine. Let's do that. Do that.
Because
So it hasn't reduced there.
yeah, it's severe if we have them weakened.
Yeah, let's do severe. Let's do severe. Alright, that's fine. Nishmiko, being one of the ones that has seen or sensed something odd, is going to get the first turn here. and he definitely senses something is off. It's like,
There is something out there.
and he is going to make a series of dancing leaps and whistles. And a pteranodon is going to swoop down. And perch on this tree over here. That's all 3 actions. I have summoned an
Okay.
animal. But we have a pteranodon.
That should help balance things a little bit.
We hope.
I
And
mean,
it's gonna be...
it gives us another body with actions to try to do things. So,
That's it. Alright, so that is his turn, and it's the Living Grove next. That one. So it will merge. Let's see, 20. Actually, a strike of 20.
keep summoning that. We'd have to make it be a named creature and just call it Terry. Oh, called Terrian again.
Yeah, the thing is that if we get a few levels with these characters, it will change because the next level. So it would have to be a couple.
Oh, I know.
But I'm just I'm just filling my highest level spell slot with a summon animal.
I figure that's what you're doing. But, you know,
All right.
I'd pretend I didn't.
We are going to make nuts attacks.
That's scary. So you're just going to launch a bunch of nuts at us?
Yep.
It's a bit nutty.
Not very successfully, mind you. Nazaru.
Give me something just because it's funny. That's not what I said. There you go. Terry!
Righto. Sure. Yeah.
It was the first one it generated. It's not correct, but it's funny. So Nazaru, to look at that one, seek to identify the beast. So that's what he does. "24.
Nice. Yep. That's enough.
Axe
Okay.
vulnerability, fire vulnerability. So it should be a 7 bonus.
A living grove is a singular connected entity with dozens of genetically identical trunks united within the same root system. At rest, the living grove resembles nothing so much as a small arboretum of birch and aspen trees. There are oak and redwood varieties that are significantly larger and tougher exist as well. Living groves are large plant wood elementals and have the ability to engulf people that they trample. I mean, that's a crit.
It did not do the extra damage that it should have.
Yeah, so we know that that is not working properly. So esoteric law has been a success.
So it should
which
have.
means that it doesn't have, but has fire 7. So that'll be another
Should have
14
taken
damage
7. Right.
on top. So it's 24 plus 14 for 38. That's a lot of damage. Boom. That's what thaumaturges do, guys. They exploit vulnerability, and when they crit, everything crits.
That's all he got. Now, he calls out the info to the rest of the group. You got an axe or you got fire. Be sure to use it. Watch out. They swallow you whole, they'll trample you into oblivion.
Okay, so we are now going to do our engulf move. So what we do is we stride twice. Okay, so monster strides up to double its speed. So what we're going.
Curiosity, how does that work if he tries to do that on something equal to size to them?
Move through the spaces of any creatures in the path, any creature of the monster's size or smaller. 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm going to get all of them, not Nazaru, and it will finish its move here. Any creature whose space the monster moves through. So let's pop that up. Let's do this. So Nashmiko, command, all of you need that. So Miko I can roll for. He's a success. Willow. Ooh. That's a nice one. So she's gonna not take anything. Kamazu, Nashmiko, and Hist, we need to also make a save.
Hist is the only one who hasn't.
So it takes half.
Hey, he passed. Figured I'd let you do it so I didn't make him fail and die.
So half that damage for everyone except for Willow. And obviously Nazaru, who's out of it.
He decided to go and pummel the other trees.
And because everyone succeeded and no one failed, it doesn't get to engulf them. But we are stunned 1 according to that. No, that's the creature engulfed. No, you have to be engulfed to do the thing. Yep, so everyone succeeded on the engulfed. That's fine. Nice. Yeah, that's a very awesome ability and terrifying. But we managed to not be affected by that. Good. But we took some damage still. and Willow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, save us
cool.
all.
Very, very cool. Alright, well, she is going to, unsurprisingly, raise a shield. Shocking. Oh. And it's right next to her, so target. Striking flail. Nope. Rolled terribly. And is going to try to do her inspiring martial stance. And fails. Dude, like, I can't roll at all today. Just by the way,
I know how you feel.
That DC is 18. I
18,
have a
yeah.
plus 11.
Yeah,
Plus
I know.
11. I just have to roll a 7 or above.
See, this is how you're feeling. This is how I feel playing before, and I said some of the things I did because I'm like, really? Because this is how I've been rolling before. So I know how you feel.
Yeah, I figured plus 11 was going to be like more often than not. Like, but apparently we can't enter our stats. Mazu, it's your turn.
Yeah. It's bad. So he's gonna look at Willow and be like, Willow, you want me to help you with yours, or should I go help Nataru with the one he's wailing?
Go help him.
Be 2 and 2 against 1 and 1. Oh, God.
Remember how I was just saying? I get how you're feeling.
I don't know what you mean.
Look at that. Barely. Barely.
It's still a hit. We are still grateful for any hit.
Oh, absolutely we are. Just saying.
Alright, so... Oops.
Let's not have him take it. That's all he can do.
Okay.
Put my
The
hand on my
last living
face
grove
for our wonderful, wonderful.
is going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. And we'll target Kamazu with some nuts.
Miss. Oh,
Yep, missed. That's all
I
we
didn't
can
want his
do.
nuts on me.
And we go back to the start of encounter with Nashmiko, who summoned in a Pteranodon. So, Nashmiko is going to spend an action to command the Pteranodon and an action to command Hist, and then is going to spend an action to protect Hist. So there's the protection for that. Yep. And then Hist and the Pteranodon. So the Pteranodon can come swooping down here, creating a flank. Oh. Perhaps you can see, like, having a druid that can summon in things to just flank wherever they want So
I
amazing.
thought about it. That's part of why I almost made a summoner.
And it can swoop. No, it's not going to swoop. It's just going to make a beak attack. Okay, can't roll for shit. And Hist is going to make
Hist is going to crit again, saving the day.
Only hope.
No.
Alright.
Wait, hold on.
And has another
You
action.
didn't get the 2 differential from flanking.
Is that one?
I'll take a look at it. It wouldn't have hit anyways.
Just set it to party. Probably because it was new. It wouldn't have mattered. Hist does get
That's why I said it
another
wouldn't.
action. Hist will take an action to move here, so that Willow gets a flank. That will be old Nashmiko's actions. That could have been a lot of damage, but it wasn't. Rove. Alright, I guess we're gonna just engulf. So that'll be on Nazaru. Or so we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like this. So let's pop
Good.
it up again.
When he first moves, attack of opportunity.
Nice. Which could disrupt it, I think, right? Oh no, it's an only manipulate action.
I don't know if you can disrupt it.
Oh yeah, because it's the implement one. Oh, you crit though.
It might disrupt it.
It probably
Keep in mind,
will.
we need to add the
Gonna
7 damage, so I'm going to do that.
14 damage on top of that. Yeah. That's insane. Damage that we are putting out right now. Kinda ridiculous. 56.
I added the 7. I added the 7. So, yeah, that's correctly calculated.
Goodbye.
But, so, he moves at Nazaru and just... I did not authorize your movement, you beast. Die by my hand. Nazaru the Great, the Beast Slayer.
$56 points of damage. I told you we wouldn't be worrying for damage. Oh.
No, he definitely... He rolled a 6 and an 8, just to be clear, but yeah. Still, that's a lot of damage.
It really is. So that was on a reaction, by the way. So
Yeah.
Nazaru, you get to have your turn now.
Willow, I felled the beast for you.
That was a mighty blow. Come into my aura and let the other one come and find us.
Where would he get flank?
He can get flank on either of those 2 squares. Nishmiko can give Hist better flanking too, but doesn't have the actions right now with a summon.
Exploit vulnerability because he needs to get the damage. Or can he keep it since it's the same kind of creature?
No. I believe Yeah, you have to do it once per round.
Hey.
Nice.
Strikes once and calls it a day.
Yep, so you're adding 7 to this. As if it's on fire.
A
but it's
7.
not. Not as broken in my opinion as freaking alchemists, but
Just imagine if I had a
Alright.
bomb alchemist. Fire vial, fire vial, fire vial, fire vial. I can keep
is
doing
that
it
all
all
you
day
can do?
long. Yeah, that's all I got.
Living Grove. That's that one.
Yar.
Okay.
Is he gonna move?
Oh. I don't know.
Gonna move? You know what's gonna happen.
I
No,
mean,
you
it's
don't.
that's good. Otherwise, yeah, let's do something different. It'll target Zara. The branch. Yeah. Because that's applied. It misses. Yeah.
Cool.
It misses.
Cool.
And yeah. Yeah. It misses. Alright, well, he missed.
Good.
Now they're the ones that are rolling piss poor.
But yeah, I know. And that's the thing a lot of people don't get about D20 games, right? That we need to make sure it's clear. The dice matter. If your dice are rolling hot, it's not a big deal. It doesn't seem like it's a whole lot. If the dice are rolling poor, it doesn't matter how little it seems, it's brutal. I've seen a pack of goblins be extremely difficult and extremely easy, all because the dice rolls. The same group, same everything. Dice rolls were hot, the dice rolls were not. Literally completely changed.
Hey!
Yeah, she actually gets it.
And look at all those bonuses. Yes! Yes! +1 to attack rolls. +1 to saves against mental effects. +1 against... Yeah. Saving throws against fear. We've got all the pluses now.
That is awesome. And it should be majority of the time that it's active. I mean, you need to roll a 7.
I see, yeah, just have to roll a 7, folks. Alright, Kamazu, it is your turn. Let's bring this encounter towards a close so that we can finish up for the night. It's been fun, good session.
Slay the beasts.
We got, in my opinion, better bouncer on this group than the other one. So far, at least.
See?
No.
We're not all rolling hot. Look at that, look at that, look at that. A 5 and a 6. Okay?
That's with the
5 and a
with
6.
The aura.
That's all he has.
Yep, that's with the aura. Alright, moving grove. Alright, it's gonna be moving in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This
6,
game.
7, 8. It's gonna move to there, but it will provoke from. Yes, it will provoke from Nazaro. Nashmiko, Kazu. Need to pop this up.
No.
Okay, so this is gonna go on Mazu, Nashmiko, and Willow. Let them roll. He's fine. He is fine. She is not, just barely.
Not Willow.
So, the others ignore this completely. She is gonna take double damage.
Double? Why double? I thought she just took normal damage.
Oh, yeah.
Crit fail, she just failed.
Sorry.
The others take half.
And then we need a
Right?
fortitude. Yep. Got a success. So, she's gonna be stunned 1. Fine. Bit of bad luck there. And Nashmiko is going to do the thing he always does. Take away.
You go, you go. I choose you, Hist.
Yep, Hist is going to make the first attack. Time. Draws. Right, well, we got some damage in there. Less than we should, but it's what it is. That's his turn. So. You have a flank.
Yep. Sorry, you're trying to decide if there's anything else we should do.
Dude, I have like a 2-hour break, and then I have to run another 5-hour session.
Now the dice have swung back on me. 2, 1.
Well,
I'm out.
you gotta get your eye in. They're just trees. How can you just like?
Did you see I obliterated the other one while you were over here dawdling with this one? Why haven't you brought this one down yet?
Good question.
Blaming me when all I'm doing is helping. I felled one myself.
Alright, well, he's had his turn, so this will trigger. You want to make an attack of opportunity? Because it's gonna try and trample us all. Because that's what
he
they do.
absolutely wants to do that.
Oh, yeah. And there I say... That's
Oh,
crit.
he wasn't targeted.
Crit.
Let's see here. Yes, 20. That's 11. So yeah, that'd be.
Oh, it's gonna die.
Critical.
Unless you roll stupid low. Because you get 14 just from the thing. Alright, let's see it.
36.
Ooh, ah. Yep. Boom. Oh, down it goes.
You see? I can fell beasts and trees.
I didn't say it couldn't. It's mighty feat. That's for sure.
See, you fell one. You have a name of a tree?
She will target that one. She will roll. See if
Angry
she can actually hit it. Does some damage.
Hit.
He will raise our shield. Yeah, we're getting there. Shield, and we'll make a second attack. Actually, no. I am going to aid instead. I'm going to prepare to aid. Masu?
Oh, we do it from here.
And I'm going to make an attack. You hit anyway.
I hit.
Nice. So you heal yourself when you hit.
Yes,
you can
of course
heal
it does
an ally
expend the
who's
spell,
next to it.
so I need to expend the spell. But then we can do the heal.
Yeah,
It's
I'll
the
do the
action
damage.
heal? Is that what it is? Or 2 action?
One action heal. One action.
So 17
really good.
to self and to Willow.
Alright.
That has to be him.
Yes.
And then Willow is in melee, so he's good.
So good. It's so good.
Think about that. You just like, I heal and... Oh, go ahead and heal as well.
This is
While
what
I
happens when you
did damage to the
build
enemy.
a party to work together.
But
and
that's
have
the point. This is the
things.
point of it. We're explaining to people how they intended you to play, not how a lot of the games are run for story. This is like groomed more for success. Success tactics.
Now, Nazaru has taken his attack of opportunity. He doesn't get another one. And guess what it's
Yeah.
doing?
Does anyone else have attack of opportunity?
Oops. That is not what I meant. Alright, that's gonna be everyone except for the animal companions. Miko. Success. Willow.
No, not Nazaru.
Alright. Alright, so I'll do the damage. All of us, so those that got a success get half. Nico gets half. Okay. And then that's gonna trigger something. Actually, Nazaru, can you undo the damage for me for a minute?
From Nazaru?
Yes, just for a second.
Okay.
Because I have Flash of Grandeur. We are going to have Revealing Light there,
Oh, right, because you do that.
and we're going to have Champion's Resistance here, and Revealing Light. Dazzled. Boom. So, Revealing Light, it's dazzled,
Bezel.
and if it was invisible, it becomes concealed, and if it was concealed, it's no longer concealed.
Yeah.
And that's just a reaction, and then you take your damage, and now it's only 11 instead of 23.
16.
Well, 16. Still, 16 instead of 23.
But still, no, absolutely. I'm not faulting that. That is awesome.
Alright.
That
I
tree's
did
probably
the thing. And it can end there, that's fine. Let's just make a strike with it.
The reason I went here instead of flanking is because I wanted to be able to be within touch range so I could heal them with that strike.
Let's roll. Let's roll a d6, please. It's going to be 1 or d3. Either way, it's fine.
D3 or D6?
Let's do d3. Nazaru, Willow, Komozo. Okay, it's going against Willow with its last action, which is a branch.
Missed.
And misses.
Yay!
Alright. Nashmiko. Alright, so can command, so we can go like this. And can make some attacks. So it's gonna be hissed with the first. That's a hit for
Hey, hissed.
12. And then the Pteranodon gets 1. That's also a hit for... Can you do those 12 damages to the thing, please?
Yes. Gotta make sure I click him.
Miko will refresh the Protect Companion. So I have to undo it, and I have to
Oh, sorry.
put it back on. There we go. And then Nazaru.
But you can't guess what's gonna happen first.
Nice.
Please. Should be.
Sweet.
Yep. I see that it says 20 off. That's a hit. And I know this isn't working, so I'm
We're gonna be
there. Makes it quicker.
24.
try to end things quicker. He's going. Stack it again. Apparently hit again.
Wow. Yeah, that'll end it. Any amount of damage at this point with weaknesses should do it. Yeah. Boom. Wow. So DM, this
He took all 3 down. Did the killing blow on all 3.
He sure did. Severe encounter.
It was severe. Look at us. So, I mean, we survived by playing our things right, but it wasn't a joke at all.
No. No,
Like, it was.
And you can imagine if
severe.
this was not a, as good of a party, we would have really suffered.
No. If it was not as good of a party, we would have been. And that is an example of why we said we had those issues with our previous group and in Kingmaker with the group, because the groups weren't built. They were just characters built, right? That's part of what our point of this was to continue the story that we needed to, kind of, but also to kind of show this example. And I think this is a good example of showing just that. We survived. It was a lot of damage we took, very severe. But if we didn't have the characters built the way they were, no.
It would have been a whole lot more. All right. Well, this has been a fun session. Thank you all for being here. That will wrap us up for tonight. We are going to be back next week with more. And next week, if he can, DM will come up with some cool encounters for us. And if not, just let me know and I'll do what I can. But we got to see this area and it was a cool map and it was cool encounters. So I hope that we've all had fun with that.
I believe I should be good next week. But let me verify and let you know.
All right. Let's see.
In the States, it's a holiday, so I don't know if my wife was planning on me not being here or what. So I'm just going to verify.
Yeah, no, definitely do that. It's definitely important to keep family first and real life first.
I don't think it'll be a problem. I just want to be overly cautious, and I want to give you a heads up just in case.
And we are going to go over to Interpoint Station.
Thank you all for being here. Join us next week. Until then, enjoy this.
There's the raid message.